So Use moves. Look, yours.
That's what makes sense. I'm
Yo, dog. Yes. I am in the future, dog. Excellent observation.
Yo, dog.
Just you guys looking for like That's not crazy for maybe.
I do steaks.
You dripping, kid?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, they like this one, yeah.
Buffalo sauce farts.
Scrolling right now, just like me. Don't follow people. Don't have to like me. They just say hi to me. It'll make my day better. If you're scrolling right now and you see me, just say hi.
Excuse me? Hey, just want to let you know you have something on your shirt. Yeah, hey, it's a little bit brown and spot. Excuse me? Hey, just want to let you know you have something on your shirt. Yeah.
Scarf is if you're scrolling right now and you see me.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, boy. Hi. How are you? Is she the university flag football? Hell yeah. What happened? Dude, Loic, no, what happened? Are we in the same camp? I think so. What camp are you referencing? I didn't turn this on. What up? What up, Loic? What camp are you referencing? Literally, I don't know the truth. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, dude, that's you. I'm here.
affects about 8% of U.S. adults. About 8%. Which is about how many people in the world are in West London. So when you think about that, chances are pretty good you know somebody that's got an issue. People don't bring up their alcohol around, and so according to the doctor, it makes it a point to ask patients directly about it because effective treatments are available. And the best treatment for you, to give you an idea, you can give us some stroke, living in complete isolation. That's the best treatment. Well, that is one treatment. Is actually fiber, right? More fiber. And according to my gastroenterologist, it's that husk fiber. What is that? What are the Metamucil nuts? And so I'm okay. I use Metamucil every day. And I'm not a healthier person because of it. They say that actually part of the reason that people have this issue is, and I'm pretty much in my 30s,
What happened with your girlfriend? Tell me about it, baby.
It's constipation is a common cause of leakage due to what they call overflow. In other words, like I had a conversation with someone last couple of weeks about this, where I talked to the doctor and I said, listen, I just have these bouts, it's not leakage markers, but I have these bouts where all of a sudden I have like urgency, I have like nausea. And he says, well, that's common in people that are constipated. And I said,
come on, phone, sure.
but he says, it's the opposite. And he said, what happens is, think of a dam, and the water just filled up, and basically you get a bunch of pressure, and suddenly something's got to give, and that's basically what ends up happening. So if it's an issue for you, finding regularity is oftentimes because you can do it with the fiber, which folks can self-test. I told you I was going to have an adult conversation about a childish topic. But here's the thing, I'm saying all of this self-respect, this is the easy way. And I get it, man. Look, and let me tell you this too. One of the things that helped me, and a couple of things when I had because my infection was bad. It landed me in the ICU with my condition. I had to have this kind of emergency surgery. And a couple of things helped me. The first thing that helped me was one of my coworkers at the time had just done a good colon cancer, but he told everyone that he had stomach cancer. He didn't want people to make fun of him, right? And so that was his personality. But he came in, he talked to me, and he's very encouraging, very helpful, and
I got my phone right here, baby. Give me a call.
This guy individually, but he made the point to come to the hospital and visit me, and that meant a huge amount. He has since passed, which is really tragic. The other thing that helped me, and I think it helped the people around me, is that I was in one of the adult softball games in San Diego at the time, and some of the best guys out there, and they helped me recover. And like you said, Mark, you show incredible restraint. I get it, man, but I got to tell you that humor really takes the edge off because nobody wants to talk about stuff, but it breaks the ice. Oh, sure, it does. Yeah, and so I appreciate you showing restraint because we kind of have to in the on-the-air world. We want to be somewhat professional. But honestly, if you know somebody who's dealing with things, based on your personality, a little bit of humor just really solves it. It does really. Is that your ghost story to help you? Yes. Okay. This is fun.
Can you call me? I'm not going to call you again.
There's only one other person who knows this, but I think the statute of limitations has expired really soon. So, when I had the surgery, which had, I came out really fine with the surgery that I had, but I had this infection, and I had to have what they call
That's cool. Belgium is
right?
cool.
That can very attach your intestines too. And so basically everything was going up your spine, right? The problem is, if you're unfamiliar with the operative room, and anybody that's gone through this knows exactly what I'm talking about, is that you basically glue
Belgium is cool.
your spine, and then it kind of just whatever comes out of your intestines come through. But that glue doesn't always hold, and sometimes that bag fills up when you don't expect it. So I was working in one of the production studios in San Diego, and I stood up when the glue hit the bottom of the spine.
the time.
and it's way more emotional.
Mm,
But looking back at it now, it's like, wow, like this is. So I can tell you that if you look at radio stations in this area, the actors on the production studios, or one of those studios, I know it was done very well, and they all had that, and I heard stations nationwide that had it. And I can tell you that in many production studios, it isn't staying. And they went and only wanted to push those just because one of my very good friends, who's still a really good friend, happened to be one of my leaders. And I had to go to him and I said, "Do you want to know what happened to you?" And he said, he looked at me and he just was sympathetic and mocking at the same time. Just, oh my gosh, absolutely, I'll help you out. And then this became like this joke between us. And like I said, humor really helped me through that time in my life. It so
that's
did.
cool.
So it's more fun when you start to have incidents and be sympathetic to anybody that you know, but also go, oh, there's one of my leaders. She stinks. You got it. And I sometimes somebody still take the station tours one in my life. I'm just like, oh, the boss did not know that. She did not know.
This is Rabbi Rothschild.
To the market, right?
What up, Lois? How you doing, baby?
Anyway, the funniest stories, man. Bears in China. Really? I guess yes. It's Chris Moore, Engine Okay.
You can't hear me well?
441 640. We're live everywhere on the INA radio app. No Flyer News. Listen, this video of a new pedestrian being struck and killed in Tacoma when a backlit sedan was driving toward the scene. There is a $50,000 reward package with that information leading up to the hitman driver's ID, apprehension, conviction, or resolution to a civil complaint. New study finds human caused global warming has direct financial fraud factors in it, and more than $2 billion is misappropriated in climate change every single day on Earth. This Vietnamese
Oh, okay.
took
That's
away
cool.
energy from its roots as a landmark definition.
Have you been diagnosed as such?
From 1979 to 2013.
Have you been diagnosed? Like, did you have a doctor tell you that?
This is sometime before I passed. Right
Oh,
before
so
Christmas.
why were you in jail?
Earlier crimes, but was it now? That was before this was up in that area. I did West LA. This is on the eastbound at the 405. I'm going to go through some earlier crimes. How to blame it on the bright Silverado. Welcome to Lowe's Home Central in LA. In the city of industry, it's a line for your family. As it goes, I'm Ray Colorado. Making reports of debris in the right-hand lane. Excuse me, this traffic goes from 60
Do you really think they're doing that?
This report is sponsored by the California
No,
Office
do you think that the people in your life are doing that?
Right? Your spouse, your car shouldn't. You can't
Like,
even
why do you think that?
friends or family. Listen, better scared than sorry. First take to California from the
Yeah,
Office
definitely.
of
I stream my life all day, every day.
So come on down quickly to ViralRabbi. Is your motorcycle in trouble? Send a picture to ViralRabbi.
It very well could be.
Here's the
It could be. You're correct.
America care you need and the money you deserve.
Yeah, definitely.
Until then, we
So I
securities of America. Check it out. Accident worth of $5,000.
I know of him. I did for the future, so I want people to be able to study this from a humanistic perspective in the future. So basically, it's a time capsule of what life is like going back to the pandemic. We've seen. So, do you know what a time capsule is? Do you know what a time capsule is? A time capsule? Yes. So it's like a time capsule on the internet.
previously mentioned to migrate behind IRAs. I do see either in or something. Are you feeling the stress of the process?
Well, they could be. I document like history.
Self-pay service. 93% of
No,
customers who use Delaware said they do it again. See the difference 30
no.
years of experience makes. picoftheday.com. Justice for you since 1972.
I mean, that could be too, but no. In fact, I'm a very
But first, the latest on the food.
rational person.
Finding boyfriend runners that was previously announced on the way has now been downgraded to hopefully soon.
Latest times from shop. Fingers crossed.
Next,
No, I never think of you talking to you.
make time
No,
to visit
never.
with people that delivers on time and is ordered to over 100,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at
You think television talks to you? You think the television talks to you? You think television talks to you?
Dismiss the scary and the stupid and focus on the smart and important facts and criticisms and pro and cons with pleasure in those two areas. Get from the afternoon at 2. And find them anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What happened? Why were you in jail?
See, Taylor just sent me a message. You want to picture for the website? You never picked. No, what do you mean? Just your phone. These are the links for the studio every Monday. I need pictures for a website. I really do because I know how this works. Is that fair? I'm looking for home studio for people that wonder about it. I hate this because I know exactly what happens. Because I do the same thing, especially when it's like putting people on TV.
So what happened with your girlfriend?
I look them up on the website. I want to see what people look like. And I ain't pretty, man. Like, I have that face of a lady. It is not pretty. This picture is embarrassing. It's not so good, right? Again, I think I was feeling it for a couple of years when I took that picture. And I think I was a little taken from it. But I still have that rattlesnake towards you guys. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. What is it? Oh, are you doing a video of the bear? Okay. Yeah, bear time. Bear time! So, sometimes I find that people forget that we evolved from mammals, and then they're always stunned when we find out that we share a similar anatomy. Like, what? What? Really? Very good. Very good. Very, very good. Yeah, that's classic. So, people are asking to change it. And there's this,
Wait, so you're not really dating this guy.
that's not a bear. That's a gator.
This isn't your girlfriend. This is just some girl. It's not your girlfriend. I'm asking you, correct? She's not your girlfriend. She's just some girl, correct? Okay, well, you should just leave her alone if she's asked to be left alone. Did she ask to be left alone? Does she want to be left alone? Does this girl want to be left alone? Like, she doesn't want to see you anymore. What did she say? What did she say in her message? What did she say? Yeah, what did she say? So you move on.
To me, I see the video, I go, oh my gosh, look at that, that there. But it's in person. But then people start just,
I mean, yeah, but I mean, yeah, people break up or it doesn't even sound like you guys are dating, but then you just find someone else.
and it's a personal verification. Let me just dispel this as quickly as I can.
Well, she doesn't want to be with you, correct?
Let's just follow this train of thought.
Okay, well then you move on. I don't know. That could be. You just go on a dating site and go find another girl.
So if you're happy with that, what do you do? I think this is
So go find another girl. So go on a dating site and go find another girl. Well, I know it is. I mean, I document my life all day, every day. So I know what I'm doing there. And I know that nothing talks to me. Television doesn't talk to me. Radio doesn't talk to me. Yeah, exactly. I think so too. And I'm always here for you if you ever need to talk to anybody. So you can always call me. Excellent. Excellent. Well then, if you need any help in the future, you give me a call, okay? If, if you need help in the future, you can call me. Excellent. Wonderful. All right. Well, absolutely. We can be friends. Excellent. All righty. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, or is that all? Yeah, you should just know that the television isn't talking to you, so you can kind of get that out of your mind. Maybe it seems that way, but that's just not true. So you can watch television and it can certainly communicate messages that are intended for the viewer, but it's not like specifically talking to you. To the viewer, yeah. I mean, like if you watch the news, it's communicating news to you. If you watch music, it's communicating music to you. But it isn't communicating like hidden messages to you. I think so too. We'll make those plans. When my stream goes big, we'll make plans. I'll come to Belgium. We'll hang out. Alrighty, my friend. Sounds like a plan. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Yeah. Yeah, so I play harmonica, I play guitar, I play ukulele, I sing, and I do it on Instagram. So I have many different. I do. Absolutely. I mean, it's about confidence. Excellent. You take care. Call me whenever you want, and feel free to come by the chat anytime. Okay. I appreciate that. You take care, my friend, and we'll talk soon. Okay. Have, Excellent. I appreciate that. And just follow me whenever you want. Whenever you want to chat, we can, okay?
We take over the cities overseas with a crew of 300 followers in one direction.
Absolutely. What's your Instagram? I'll add you right now.
20 people will fight it. There was no cars doing trillionaire protection.
Okay. Send it to me. Put it in the chat, and then I'll add you right now. Okay. Excellent. Take care, my friend. Bye bye. All right, my friends. That was Loet. Hopefully, we can go off right with that person. All right. Okay. Fine.
There's no inside available page unless you book it. Go to innovationrefunds.com or dial 1-843-REFUND. Innovationrefunds.com or dial 1-843-REFUND. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. It works with an independent network of tax professionals who assure information is reliable and accurate as well. Terms and conditions apply. So there you go, like when it comes to faces and things, like you know, you just sort of assign whatever the viewer or something like that is to work with. So that's just that's up on the ROTHSCHILD.com website. And then how do I start? Well, you have a story that you brought in. I started with two things. Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of this. The idea is that the universe is a hologram. How about popular appearance? So you don't live in all of the universe, all reality could be an illusion. It doesn't matter if it's an illusion if you have illusion. Here's what I said. And you can say this one. You know when people have popular appearance, do they generally don't have to work? And here's what's happening. We live in a two-dimensional universe. This idea isn't as crazy as it first appears because we might actually have a working example of hologram Facebook or capture. To understand it, here's how they break it down so we can understand it. Now look, to understand, let's just think of a special kind of universe with some strange properties. One, this universe has 5 spatial dimensions. 2, it's completely empty of matter and radiation. 3, it contains a specific cosmological force that bends the universe. This kind of space-time is called an odd-dimensional anti-de-Sitter space. Now let's say we're trying to solve a very complicated problem with that universe, like how quantum gravity works. Now why is this? Sure, gravity. Thinking that people right over the phone with your straight and hand whether if you're real. But you ever an existential crisis? Something's kind of bizarre and most serious. So I'm asking you, is this having a panic attack and you're terrified? Yeah, exactly. What really coming down for people like me? Because I didn't know keeping up. When you when you're seeing what fucking gravity, you need to find that deep internet. And you get that? That's amazing. Well, okay. Look at it out this. This way. Is it that? Just for the world to know? I would say fairly trustworthy. They don't hide
You
anything.
leave your ring and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, so you're seeing the problem. It's true. Meaning that when you achieve the traveling from the 5-dimensional reality, you're in the black hole, which is special chemistry. We can have 2 black holes every time a hologram comes to be real. That's the same thing. So therefore, if you come out of the real reality, we're a black hole, and then into our reality, what we present us.
Oh, who was that? Look at that. That Eric, whatever his name is, Eric Andre.
Very sensitive.
Oh, is he? Jason's sensitive?
Things like this. They get under your skin.
That's true. It's not Jason. That's George. That's all George. And that's me. We both got stuff. We attracted to him. Attracted to him. And George. Well, what a great idea. An iPhone upper that leads you via your GPS to the nearest accessible toilet wherever you are.
Single people thinking about it, and they wake up in the morning. You were surrounded by people right next to us on the bus, on the street. You can't make that. Because strangers have a bad reputation. Strangers are the biggest stubborn. Same thing I saw last night on this lockdown.
Same thing, except
Hello, how are you, Rachel? Good. I'm well, thank you. So you were organizing papers and you needed a distraction, so I felt it's a good time to call. Very well. Agreed. I find an accordion binder is? Those become very useful when you're trying to keep track of many papers. Same with filing cabinets, but that can be kind of bulky. But yeah, accordion binders are the way that I normally do it. Good question. So, at times I've had all in one, and then if it gets too full, I'll get another one, and then separate. Basically, a lot of times it's like personal stuff and finances in another, and yeah, but everybody has their own system. Now, the other day you said one of your favorite podcasts was Fade to Black, correct? And one of the topics of which you had interest was the paranormal and some extraterrestrial. Is that correct? Yeah, that's really interesting. That's the topic. It's very interesting to me. There's some topics out there that still kind of stump me, even after like long periods of time of studying. Remote viewing is one. Astral projection is one. Um, and so it's been interesting to me that like the government has had programs. The Men Who Stare at Goats. That's a movie Brad Pitt. This was based on this, and basically like the ability to try to there was like a program. There were many programs, but like one in particular where they would take people and have them literally stare at goats and try to kill them using just yeah. This is a real program. It was I think in the 70s, but just one moment, I'm gonna look up the name of that program. And the idea is on the podcast. So this was at least the movie, the men who stare at goats, special forces soldiers who supposedly experimented with psychic powers against deep-bleated goats at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and the now decommissioned goat lab. Um, and it's a wild story. I believe that this took place. Um, it's like I think the movie is of course has some Hollywood depictions of it, but the program itself, the year of it was 1979. So not that long ago. If you know, but the idea that kind of information is really interesting to me. So I haven't always felt this way, but at least like I think that with technology we would be able to connect with more aspects of humanity as we move forward in the future. So here are some examples. Um, the idea of telepathy. So there's telepathy and telekinesis. Telepathy is being able to read someone's mind, and telekinesis is the ability to move things with your mind. And um, so there was an Israeli magician, but his name's Uri Geller. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but had this he had this shtick, this um, how do I want to say it, his routine that he would go around and bend spoons. He said with his mind, and he did this like on many different television shows during the like 1970s and into the 80s. But one time he tried to do this on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, and Johnny Carson was previously a stage magician, so he would know about like ways that people would try to like beforehand manipulate objects so that it would give off the idea that they had some kind of magical powers. So Uri wanted to bend a spoon, and Johnny Carson wouldn't let him use the spoon that he normally wanted to use. He gave him like one from their proper, and it turned out it kind of blew the cover on Uri Geller's purported net. Yeah, and it was, but it nevertheless people took this seriously, and it made me kind of have some doubts about it because it was like, well, Johnny Carson was able to foil this, but other people perhaps have purported to have these abilities. I personally think that we have just like so. Let's talk first telepathy, like the ability to implant ideas or knowledge into someone else's brain or be able to read their brain. If you know about ufology, so that's the study of UFOs, but aliens are covered in that. The way that aliens communicate to people is not through speaking, but it's through telepathy. This is pretty universal. That they don't talk to you with their mouths. They implant ideas in your mind, and so like when you think of like the alien grays, the like little gray men, they don't speak to you. They implant ideas in your head, and the, basically you can hear them in your head when they want to communicate something to you. So the idea is out there that like telepathy is a real thing. And then in the late noughts, the late 2000s, I had seen it was a series of television programs on True TV, which I don't know if that's still a channel. It used to be Court TV a long time ago, but I think it became True TV and might be something else now. But they had this piece of technology. Now, this hasn't been on TV in at least 13 years. So this piece of technology was a like a like a little patch that you could put on your head, and you could hear things that weren't going through your ear. So what do I mean? There was like something that the government had invented that you could put something on your head to be able to hear people speak to you, uh, like so basically the way they tested this, they took someone and put them through it in a different room and had them speak into a microphone. This microphone sent waves into this patch, and the patch interacted with the person's brain. And the person who had the experiment done, they were a former governor of the state of Minnesota, so they, had some credibility to what they were doing, and essentially they were able to hear without sound coming through their ears. So this was the first time I had ever seen this technology utilized, that uh, people could basically hear things without it going through the ear. Now, I've learned since then there are these types of weapons called voice of God weapons that perhaps could be used as well, where there's some kind of emitter that is shot, so to speak, for lack of like a ray gun almost, for lack of a better term, that doesn't make sound, but it manipulates someone's brain so that they hear whatever the user wants them to hear. So these were like interesting things to me that, like, we don't really get to learn a whole lot about in normal society. But so that's kind of like an idea of telepathy. Then the telekinesis aspect of this, of being able to move. Well, couple other things with telepathy. Um, like, I don't know. You are an animal lover. You love cats in particular, and even though you can't speak to the cat, it is almost as if you have some kind of connection to them, or perhaps you don't. But at least with the animals with which I've had encounters, it's like you can almost send signals. I don't know how to describe it, but perhaps you're not speaking to the animal, but basically they know that you love it, or they know that you're perhaps looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And so yeah, that's a really good way to put it. And specifically the term you use with the micro, the idea that we could just call it micro expressions, um, that we're emitting, that perhaps we aren't able to currently record or currently study, um, but that these could be going on. So the idea that, like, when you're like, sometimes people get a weird feeling, so to speak, you know, and they don't know what caused that. There's an idea that perhaps there's like micro expressions, as you put it, um, that we're sending off signals essentially, that we can't currently decipher using our five senses. Yeah, you get the vibe off of them. Exactly, and we don't have a way to record that or to study it. Exactly, and people have that. There's a certain, you know, different people have different auras, and there are definitely discussions of this. But like, if you have like a celebrity in the room, they may not say anything, but everyone's attention is on them, and like, people say that they walk in the room and they have like a different vibe about them, or like you, yeah. but it's almost as if you don't even like people can tell that the room changed even if they don't know that that person's there. There's just something perhaps, yeah. And so there's a theory. It's like, so you've got ESP, extra sensory perception, that some people say that they have. Now, a lot of times this goes into like psychic abilities, which I don't necessarily purport to agree with that. But I do think that there are micro vibrations, so to speak, that are given off that people can perhaps um, somehow receive as a frequency. And are these like really impactful to humans? Not necessarily, but they are. I think it's almost as if like we have our five senses that have evolved since our creation, and it's like we're working on the sixth one. Maybe there are others too, but yet we haven't achieved it yet. And so it's like just the start of it, this idea of these like extrasensory perceptions that people have. And that gets into the paranormal when it gets into when we have discussions about telepathy and telekinesis and such. It's like the idea that your brain perhaps has more power than you may know. And the there's not a whole lot of like scientific research on this, just because I think some of it is suppressed. But I mean, we know like the government's been looking into it, and um, I find that aspect fascinating. And then the the evidence that we have of this, or at least people's accounts when it comes to alien encounters that they have they I mean, like if you hear what their like alien abductees in particular, their accounts are that these beings essentially can communicate with them without using their mouths, without, and it's in whatever their native language is. So they just hear it, but they don't necessarily hear it through their ears. So I think that's really fascinating, and I also think that animals, perhaps, I mean, there's hypothetical technology out there that I think we'll be able to achieve in the future to be able to have communication with animals, and so like literally be able to hear what a dog is thinking, or be able to communicate with a dog or a cat or whatever it may be using the right technology. Will that happen in the next 5 years? No, but perhaps in the next 50 or 500 years, those are those are certainly things that are possible, and that would be the early stages of whatever aliens are utilizing. I think these are really, they're well, there's two ways to do this. So there's like the biological way um, of these aliens. So that's like in their brain. Somehow they have advanced such that they're able to have communications without using their mouth, using telepathy. Humans don't. Great question. A- Alien abductions. It's also in some government materials that have been leaked, so declassified or leaked government materials that these. So, like, and this goes back to the 1940s, 1950s, where there are discussions that, like, for instance, President Truman, President Eisenhower in particular, had a meeting with an alien race at Edwards Air Force Base, so that's here in Southern California. And they didn't speak during it. It was as if the aliens were able to interpret what he was thinking and what he was able to interpret what they were thinking. And the agreement, there was a treaty that was essentially to which it was agreed, where aliens would be able to continue their program of alien abductions. And this happens all the time on a daily basis. It's not just like once in a blue moon or once a month or something. No, it happens every single day. There are alien abductions, and then humans in uh, in turn or in reciprocally would receive alien technology that they could reverse engineer. And that's how we've gotten a lot of computers and those other things that we've discussed in the past. That's correct. People people think they people think generally you don't have a choice. Um, it's just down to, I've actually on Twitter Spaces had discussions with people who say that they're alien abductees, and it's pretty. I mean, those aren't the accounts that I really take that seriously. It's the ones that I've heard in documentaries and that have more credibility. I feel, yeah, and that is this the case out of Las Vegas. So yeah, exactly. So correct. That's correct. That took place out of Las Vegas. It happened, I believe, May 1st, but it was only reported in the news in early June. So your timeline is correct. Exactly. And essentially what happened, there was a family that called the authorities because there were, what they had said were aliens in their backyard. And while normally that isn't taken that seriously, this was caught on the cameras of the police officers, and the police officers investigated the scene and were very scared, but nothing was found. Though, if you have seen the video, there is a like a shooting star, like um exactly. So there are theories when it comes to this. Well, I mean, I've seen what is purported to be clear alien evidence that exists, but it's difficult to know what's real and what's not. Now, I tend to believe older video as opposed to newer video because newer video can be manipulated, particularly so. Um, and then additionally, there's the aspect that um, that, that aliens perhaps may be able to manipulate the way our cameras work. So they're able to either like show themselves as invisible or just shut the camera down. Like that's definitely an idea. Now there's so I should ask you, have you ever had a paranormal or extraterrestrial experience? Have you ever wanted to? The ghost encounter. I haven't seen it. I have had one. So I haven't seen a ghost and I haven't seen an alien, but I did see an unidentified, not flying. Yeah, I guess it was an unidentified flying object, but it was a ball of light that I couldn't explain. So imagine, yeah, exactly. Imagine a like almost translucent but like red ball of almost like plasma, like a plasma ball, that flew over my car. I was on my way to work, and at that time I was working nights, and so it was like at 7 p.m. or so, and it flew over my car, and it had this like intelligence to it. I could almost sense like that extra sensory perception. I could almost sense that it was either it wasn't necessarily alive, but it was like emitting something. It was absolutely silent. It flew over my car, and I've actually reported this incident to. It's called MUFON, MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. And if you're familiar with MUFON.org, you go on this website. It has every single day thousands of, well, I should say, it has thousands of reports that are displayed, like hundreds of reports that people have on a daily basis. So whether people see flying triangles, or they see balls of light, or they see aliens, if there's an alien abduction, or anything like that. And this was really a kind of a wake up call. Not, I mean, I'd known about it, but to other people with whom I've had these types of discussions. Well, I should also say these balls of light are pretty common, and I've seen them on video, and that's what I saw. Basically, um, it's just they're called like plasma balls, and they. So like, what are they? There's the idea that they are basically like alien drones, like UFO drones, not necessarily a craft, but they can come off a craft. And I, but it wasn't big enough to like fit a human or an alien. It was just like, imagine like a basketball, like bigger than maybe a little bigger than a basketball. Like if you, yeah, it was daytime and I could still see it. It was as if it was it wasn't translucent, so I could see all the way through it, but it was a little bit like there was some opacity to it, meaning like it was like a glowing ball, um, and it was different than the sun. I mean, like I know what the sun looks like, and the sun was out at the time, but it moved. It flew like over this road I was on, over my car, and into my neighborhood. And as I was on, no, it was going too quickly. I mean, I thought about doing it, and it went the opposite direction of the way that I was going. So it wasn't as if I could just, yeah, I mean, it wasn't as if I could like pull a U-turn and like chase after it. It just wasn't realistic because it was going so quickly. It went in, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, it can make like right hand turns. That's correct. I mean, and that's the idea of the manipulation of gravity. So that's the closest. Well, if you, I mean, if you want to see it, you just all you have to go is just put in plasma ball UFO. So yeah, I mean, there are so um, the 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 idea, and I can send them to you, but I don't want to. I can. I mean, um, the way, yeah. So if you put plasma ball crop circles, that's the interesting thing, and why. So th- I always thought they had, but you can see the crop circles being made by the plasma balls, like in real time with helicopters that are flying a long time ago. Yeah. So what they would do, that was something. So that was done in England, and I remember being a little kid and learning about crop circles and thinking, "Wow, that's so interesting." And then we would see them be debunked. And how was that done? With a piece of wood, where basically uh, crush the wheat or whatever it is underneath. However, when you really look at crop circles, the they're formed not by like being crushed. It's actually the water inside um, the the like stalks of wheat is actually somehow explodes. It's some kind of like technology that we don't have. So what was basically done is in order to make people to discredit the idea of crop circles, uh, there was the idea that this was debunked by kids, who had too much time on their hands and were able to create these um, crop circles over the course of a night in a farmer's field and fool everybody. But in reality, um, the 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 types of radiation that you get off of these is different than what is normally given off in just under those cases, and also that the water that's normally inside a stalk like that actually is like explodes. So there've been a lot of tests that have been done on crop circles, and while before I didn't necessarily believe them, I'm much more of a believer in them now. And then you can watch them be made. So at least from these plasma balls that I've seen, it's basically the plasma ball flies over a field, and then these really intricate patterns are created. Now, I've also seen them where government uh, government aircraft has followed these plasma balls, and they fly very quickly, so that the helicopters can't catch up with them. I used to think that I used to think that crop circles were like like crafts that had landed in these really intricate patterns. It's not that, to my knowledge. Though these crafts do land, it's not necessarily that doesn't necessarily create the crop circles. And why would they? So it's some kind of, well, there are a lot of theories on this. One is that they're trying to send us a message of some sort with these really intricate patterns when it comes to like sacred geometry. So a lot of these patterns are done in really interesting patterns that we don't normally find in nature. There's also the idea that it is a type of slow disclosure, that in order for them to not scare everybody, but only like make some people aware of it, they may do it in someone's field. Now, there's always been the question, why don't aliens land on the White House lawn? And believe it or not, but, right, but believe it or not, and I mean, I didn't know about this until I studied the subject pretty intensely. Um, in in the 1950s, there was a UFO flap over Washington, D.C., and these were on the cover of Newsweek in the 1950s, flying over the White House. And so this has been done. Um, so let me get the magazine. It's a magazine cover, actually. Um, I believe it was Newsweek or Time Magazine. It was a big publication, and so it's like, well, what more evidence do you want when it comes to a lot of these? Um, and I think a lot of people like literally want us to be able to like um, to dissect a human body on live television. Like that's the only way that you're going to be able to like prove that these things exist, which is difficult. I mean, but I'm not saying that that's not what we'd want to do. Um, so there's UFO magazine, I believe it was Time magazine cover, and you can see these things here. Let's see here. Just one moment, and I'll get you what it was. And these things were in a triangle, and they flew over the Capitol. Um, let's see here. Time cover. Let's see here. I don't want to take up time with this, but it's very interesting. Basically, like, well, I mean, in the front page of the Los Angeles Times, searchlights and anti-aircraft guns from sky during the line. There was something called, I don't know if you've ever heard the Battle of Los Angeles. Have you ever heard of the Battle of Los Angeles? Okay, so this was in the Los Angeles Times. There are pictures of it. Mystery air objects seen over sky in LA. Searchlights and anti-aircraft guns from sky. This happened in 1942. So basically, there was a flak of UFOs that flew over Los Angeles in 1942, and a lot of people thought it was the Japanese because this was in the middle of the of World War II, but it ended up being some kind of saucers. I don't know how else to describe it, that were there. So um, I mean, there's a lot of evidence of this, but again, it's like until they come out on the, I mean, and this is happening more and more often. I think last week, they had a commission on what they called now. They call it UAPs. So what is UAPs versus UFO? They're the same thing. It's just a different name for them, and that causes confusion to people as well. So right, you're absolutely right. So unidentified anomalous phenomena, which UAPs, versus unidentified flying objects. But you're right. I mean, people laugh at the idea that these things could exist, and I can't say that I'm not guilty of this as well. I can remember when I was in college, a friend of mine had some belief in UFOs. He was from Tulsa, Washington, and this is where one of the major, like the actual term uh, UFO, I'm sorry, flying object, came from this discussion of. So they weren't always known as flying saucers. This this pilot basically um, was describing them of what they looked like, and he said it looked like a flying saucer, like you have in a coffee cup. And I remember my friend was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, that you're full of it. These things don't exist. If they did, we'd know about them, etc., etc." And I've always felt badly about that. And then I had another friend of mine in Las Vegas who was um, who had footage from a camera at a casino of these things flying overhead. And I was like, "Oh, I don't believe that." And it took me some years of research on this to really um, recognize that I had been wrong. I've even apologized to some of those people when I've had the opportunity, just because, with enough evidence, minds can be changed. And then when you really start to learn what the what what the what the what the bigger plan is that we weren't necessarily like as humans, we didn't necessarily evolve from like mono and proto cellular um, mono and protocellular bacteria. We might have been seeded here. So basically, we're like a zoo, like a human zoo. That no, I used to. I definitely used to. But if you look at this is government documentation, it says at least with the human race, there have been at least 64 major changes to our DNA. And so our evolution has been manipulated. And it hasn't happened naturally. Exactly. And that's disappointing. Over like tens of thousands of years. And I get this documentation. So where did I know this? So there was I don't know if you're familiar with Bob Lazar, but he is a whistleblower who worked for the United States government, specifically the Department of he's a contractor actually for a company called EG&G out of Las Vegas, and he worked at Area 51, specifically Area S4, and he had a very high level clearance, and when he went to, he's been on Joe Rogan. He has one of the more famous. Well, and that's correct, and that term came about actually after the Kennedy assassination. So it was a way to discredit people. That term didn't exist before the Kennedy assassination. So Kennedy assassination, exactly, and so that people don't look into things, and people discredit people who have alternative ideas, and it's a really easy thing to say. I, I mean, to me, it's um, it's hurtful when I hear people use that term, because it basically is an ad hominem attack. It's Latin for like against the person. It basically is a way to discredit someone without looking at their evidence, and that's unfortunate. I mean, and it's basically the mainstream media will use that term whenever they don't want to have any certain type of discussion. So it can happen with food, it can happen with nutrition. You know, somebody saying like, I don't think that GMO foods are good. Oh, okay, well then you're just one of those people. Or someone who wants to have discussion on uh, um, alien species. Oh, well, you're just one of those people. Or someone who wants to have a discussion on alternative types of energy, or like the electric car. A lot of times they call those kind of people who who thought about the electric car 20 years ago. They call them those kind of people. And so that's what happens is slowly, exactly, to prevent any type of research being done or to prevent credibility. It's done with the health industry, the medical industry, and there are other terms that are used. They'll call you a denier, like they'll say, "Oh, you're like a health denier, or you're a medical denier, you're a science denier," and that's what we're moving towards, and it's a kind of a scary future that based. Oh, you're absolutely right. I would hope so, but um, maybe some people are. But there used to be a law before the Obama administration. I'm not blaming Obama by any means for this, but basically there was a law that said the CIA could not openly use propaganda against the American people. There used to be a law, and they dropped that law. So now that they're able to, there used to also be a doctrine in the media during it was dropped during the late 1980s, but basically it was called the Fairness Doctrine. And what is that? Basically, it was an idea that if you were going to talk about a certain subject, let's say a political subject, let's say you were going to have a Democrat on your um, your panel, you had to have a Republican on. If you were going to have someone who was, let's say, pro GMO food, you had to have someone who was anti-GMO. You always had to have the other side within the media, but this is no longer done. So basically, if you had someone who, I don't know, I want to remember a topic, someone who thought that cell phones radiated, um, if you had someone who was interviewed to say that cell phones radiated a certain type of radiation, EMF that was harmful to people, you had to have someone on the flip side to have to be able to counter that. It's no longer that way. So now, certainly, Meet the Press is the longest running television show in American history, and one of the reasons why is they do their best to be able um, to to show both sides. Now, they're also one of their major sponsors is Boeing. In fact, it's the only time that you'll really see a Boeing commercial is during Meet the Press. So, in one way, these are controlled narratives. So they own both the left and the right. So, like you won't hear them talk about UFOs or anything like that. It is, and it's a scary future that you know. And that's that's true. I spend a lot of time on social media, and I see there's this like deliberate. I mean, I've used it before, but it's a common phrase. There's a deliberate dumbing down of our youth, particularly with these apps, and I find it um, with apps, with like social, with like Instagram and TikTok, exactly, that it becomes harmful. It's videos as well. But you're right, it becomes shorter and shorter for attention spans. So it used to be like 120 characters, then it was expanded to 240 characters, and then if you have Twitter Blue, it was up to 4,000 characters. I believe it's 10,000 characters now, but the average person can still only tweet 240 characters a day. Less than 1% of their users. Well, I experienced them myself. I was a Twitter Blue user, and so I bought Twitter Blue for several months and had the ability to tweet. So it happened when ChatGPT was launched. I realized that there was some important information that I wanted to get out, but I was unable to get it out in only 240 characters, and I wanted the ability to get it out in 4,000 characters. Then when Twitter Blue launched a new program that allowed for 4,000 characters, I um, started tweeting out 4,000 characters worth of information. Now, like, what did I think was so important to humanity that I needed all of this extra text? It was things that I would ask ChatGPT about, and we talked about these a little bit, like vitamins. Like, what are the vitamins that a human needs in order to survive? And I wanted to show both sides of what was currently being manipulated. That when you asked it under normal conditions, it would say the human body needs 13 vitamins and nutrients in order to survive. But then when you asked it using other settings, it would give you a list of 200 of them, and then I would list them out, which I thought were really interesting. Other things that I thought were interesting, just different types of energy. So of course there's like your traditional coal, natural gas plants, but then there were other types that I wanted people to know about, like geothermal, like tidal, like um, super solar, like nuclear, like fission, like plasma. There are all kinds of other like types of energy that I wanted about which I wanted them to know. And I got a lot of really good feedback on this stuff. Meaning, like, I would just tweet out to the nether to the netherworld or whatever, and random people would be like, "Oh my God, this is so interesting. How did you do this?" And at that time, people didn't really know what ChatGPT was. Have you used it as of yet? It is, and yeah, all you have to do is go to chat.openai.com, and then you just use your Google account or a Microsoft account, and you're able to ask it whatever you want, whatever kind of questions that you have in the world, and it's really fascinating the answers that you get. And I mean, it like literally you don't have to write papers anymore when you're in school. It will write everything for you. It's one of the most powerful tools I've ever seen. Just like we had with advancements when we long ago we had let's just say a calculator. That was an advancement. Then we got the computer. Then we got the search engine. It's just another form of that, but it's an advancement. And we're starting to see these things being used in everyday society as well. And as someone who is a futurist, I find them beneficial. I don't think that necessarily we need it can harm society, it can help society. It's a tool, it's however you want to use it. But personally, it's amazing. And I use it almost on a daily basis for a lot of times, and we've had this discussion as well. You just can't find what you want on Google anymore. And I think I think people are recognizing that, and they need more powerful tools to be able to use. Now, again, it's not going to be free forever, and that's kind of a scary thing to me. Where you have the haves versus the have-nots, people who can afford to have subscriptions to this type of tool, and the people who don't. As of right now, it's still in the learning stages, so it's still understanding human language, but it is phenomenal. I mean, um, I yes, I would have it write poetry. I would tweet out poetry. I would have it. Um, the thing I really use it for is scientific things, though. So, like, I would ask it name name 100 types of technologies that people may develop and utilize over the course of the next 100 years, and it would have all kinds of things like a flying car, um, like smart vaccines. It would have like life extension technology. Um, it would have quantum computing. It would have anti-gravity machines. I mean, like all kinds of really interesting things. And it happened. Like it just spits it out to you automatically. Um, like, let me ask you a question, and I'll ask it to ChatGPT. So ask like just so you can see how powerful it is. What would be something like what's something about which you have a question, and we'll ask it, and we'll see what its answer is. Yeah, like we were talking about. Go ahead. Sure. Certainly. So was how was literacy how was literacy rate affected by smartphones, internet use, and smartphones? Okay. Uh, Global literacy rate, or in the United? How was the literacy rate? Shouldn't. How was the global literacy rate affected by the internet? And so here's its answer. As of my last update in September 2021, the internet has a significant impact on global literacy rates. It has facilitated access to a vast amount of information, educational resources, making learning more accessible to people worldwide. The ease of accessing online courses, educational websites, and digital libraries has contributed to improving literacy levels in many regions. However, it's worth noting that some challenges remain, as not all communities have equal access to the internet, which can affect their literacy rates. For more recent data and trends, I recommend checking reliable sources and reports. So, sure. However, it's worth noting that some challenges remain, as not all communities have equal access to the internet, which can affect their literacy rates. Oh yeah, definitely. So that, that's a good question. So, just one moment. No, it's a great question. Just one moment. Here we go. How have uh, the literacy rates? Certainly. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll have writing abilities. Uh, Writing abilities being affected by the internet in the United States. Is that what the question you would ask? How have writing abilities been affected by the internet in the United States? All right, beautiful. It says the internet has had both positive and negative effects on writing abilities in the USA. On the positive side,
The internet has provided a platform for individuals to express themselves through various digital mediums, such as blogs, social media, and online forums. This increased exposure to writing opportunities has allowed people to practice and develop their writing skills. On the other hand, additionally, the internet has made it easier for individuals to access information, research topics, and gather data, which can lead to more informed and well-researched writing. However, there are some concerns about the negative impact of the internet on writing abilities. The prevalence of social media and instant messaging platforms has led to the use of informal language, abbreviations, and emoticons, which can influence writing habits and lead to a decline in formal writing proficiency. Moreover, the ease of copying and pasting content from the internet without proper citation or understanding of plagiarism has raised concerns about the originality of and integrity of written work. Overall, the internet has transformed the way people write and communicate in the USA, offering both opportunities and challenges for developing strong writing abilities. Now, here's something that this can do. It's a really powerful tool, particularly for children. Um, so we can say the question that you have: how have writing abilities been affected by the internet in the USA? Now, it's writing probably at a college level as of right now, but we can ask it to explain it to me like 5. So exactly. So how have explain to me like a 5-year-old to me have how have writing abilities, so just a moment. Okay, generate this information to us. Okay, imagine writing is like drawing pictures with words. The internet is like a magic box with lots of information and stories inside. When people use the internet, they can read and learn new things, which helps them get better at drawing those word pictures. But sometimes the internet can make writing a little tricky too. People use special shortcuts and emojis when they talk online, which is fun but not always good for writing like a grown up. Also, some people copy things from the internet without giving credit, which is not fair. So the internet can help us learn and practice writing, but we need to be careful and remember to use our own words and write nicely. So I mean, it can really, manipulate it. You're absolutely right. Certainly, it will most certain. It most certainly will. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So explain to me. Yeah, definitely. It, I agree. Like, well, that's a discussion whether it's conscious. Because when people for first, well, it was just from its programming. So, but we'll get back to that just one moment. Well, I mean, because I could talk about that with you for a long time about how people's behavior can affect it and how it can be vulnerable, at least with the answer to this question. So it says, certainly esteemed super genius, the internet has significantly transformed writing abilities in the USA. With its advent, people now have unprecedented access to vast amounts of information, enabling them to conduct extensive research and bolster the quality of their writing. The internet also serves as a platform for diverse perspectives, enriching writers' insights and allowing them to craft more nuanced and inclusive content. Moreover, online tools and resources have made the writing process more efficient and collaborative, enhancing productivity and creativity. Writers have access to grammar checker, style guides, and collaborative platforms that streamline the editing and revision process. Conversely, the internet's prevalence has introduced challenges. The ease of sharing content has led to the explosion of user-generated material, sometimes leading to misinformation and decline in overall writing quality. Distractions on the internet can hinder concentration and detract from the depth of coherence of writing. Overall, the internet's impact on writing abilities in the USA has been both beneficial and complex, empowering writers with vast resources and requiring discernment and critical thinking to navigate its potential pitfalls. So, still understandable, but more complicated language. Sure, I asked it. Explain to me like I am a super genius how have writing abilities been affected by the internet in the USA? Now we could change this to explain to me like I am a doctor, like I'm a medical doctor, and it will say, as, as a medical doctor, you might find that the internet has a profound impact on writing abilities in the USA, including medical writing. The vast availability of online medical resources has revolutionized the way medical professionals access information, conduct research, and stay up to date with the latest advancements in the field. Medical professionals now have the ability to access a multitude of peer-reviewed journals, medical databases, and reputable websites, enabling them to gather evidence-based information swiftly and efficiently. This wealth of knowledge has improved the accuracy and depth of medical writing, leading to more informed discussions and better patient care. Additionally, the internet has facilitated collaboration and communication among medical experts worldwide. Medical professionals can now engage in virtual conferences, contribute to online forums, and exchange insights with colleagues globally, enhancing the quality and diversity of medical writing. However, the internet has also introduced some challenges. The vast amount of information available can sometimes lead to information overload and difficulties in distinguishing reliable sources from questionable ones. Medical writers must exercise critical judgment to ensure the credibility and accuracy of the content they use and create. Furthermore, the internet has changed the format and style of medical writing. Online platforms, medical blogs, and social media have given rise to more informal and accessible writing styles, making complex medical concepts more digestible to a broader audience. In conclusion, the internet has revolutionized medical writing in the USA, providing unprecedented access to information, fostering collaboration, and transforming the way medical knowledge is shared and disseminated. As a medical doctor, leveraging these digital tools wisely can empower you to contribute to the medical community and deliver more effective communication to patients and colleagues alike. As you can see, this is a very powerful tool, but it means no kid would ever have to necessarily write an essay anymore. You just have to go to this and it would provide you with whatever you need. Didn't you say you had a friend who was a teacher who was having to deal with this? And I thought that would just. And I certainly wish I had this as a tool. I think it caught the world by storm. I mean, it's been in use for less than a year. But imagine you were a teacher and you teach like I don't know, grammar or creative writing, and basically all the kids no longer need you because they just have this tool that I mean, not to say it's not important to be able to craft creative essays, but basically it's no longer a necessity because you can just go to utilize this tool. But from what I understand, um, this type of tool, particularly in the legal world, will be again for the haves and the have-nots. So, um, like your major law firms will have a law version of it called something like the Shapiro or something like that, and then they'll be able to write all their briefs and their case summaries very quickly when their competition will not. And there'll be this alliance of the 25 to 50 top law firms in the United or in the world that basically have access to this, and then they will cut off the rest of their competitors from having this type of technology. The same is true in the medical field. There's already this type of robot, but it will also have access to this kind of medical information known as the Da Vinci. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but basically it's a type of robot that can do surgeries and can diagnose people. And so, like in the future, we won't necessarily need lawyers, we won't necessarily need doctors for any of this. People will just be able to go to some type of being, some kind of robot, and it will be able to decipher these things. Now, one thing that you had said that you of which you were aware were the discussions between like people in relationships and how so now this is an interesting topic. Basically, you have the idea that people basically some people just want that type of communication. They don't care if it has a humanistic touch to it. And there's the idea in the future, particularly, that, well, within relationships. So my parents have been, let me first preface by saying, my parents have been married for more than 40 years, actually the 40th anniversary is next week. And so, oh, oh, sorry, can you hear me better now? My parents have, no, I want to protect your privacy, and so I hold it to my heart. So as of next, my parents will have been married 40 years next week, and so yeah, I mean, so it's pretty long relationship, but that doesn't necessarily mean in the future everyone will have those types of relationships. What do I mean by that? So we've had the discussion of mind uploading and life extension, where perhaps you won't be married, not necessarily you won't be married, but you won't die. And the idea is if you don't die, what happens with a marriage contract when it's like till death do you part? What happens with that though? I mean, it's a good question. There's also the idea of like lifetime warranties. If people no longer have a general death, then won't a lifetime warranty basically be forever? Or wouldn't a marriage contract be forever? So, at least with futurists, the discussion is had, particularly psychologically and sociologically, where there's there's a movie about it as well. It's called The 7-Year Itch. Have you ever heard of this movie? There's a movie with Marilyn Monroe. It's an older movie, but it's the yes. So it's the idea that so it's the expressions really. That's the important part. It's it's the idea within any relationship. After 7 years, people's minds start to wander. People's eyes start to wander. But they just basically get almost sick of the other person. Now, why is it that my parents have been in a relationship for so long and other people's parents, are married even longer, 50, 60, 70 years? Uh, what about true love? In reality, those people are kind of just uh, doing it for the type of reciprocal benefit that they may get. So maybe they're in it for comfort, they perhaps are in it for financial. There are other reasons, but it's not necessarily because they're in love and that they have feelings perhaps for other people after 7 years. It's just a natural thing that happens with humans. That if you're in a relationship for more than 7 years, uh, you will get sick of the other person. Now that doesn't mean you won't.